Hi, everybody. How are you today? So, very excited to be with you today. I hope you are all doing well. Yes, don't hesitate to introduce yourself in the chat. So, you just need to go to the chat and introduce yourself, what you are doing, where do you live. Yes, so very excited today to talk about customer journey with like a fantastic panel. Nick, if you can move to the other slide. Yes, so today, yes, so we're going to have 5 speakers. So me, Louis, partner manager at Gorgias, Max from ShipStation, Nick from iWeb, Joe from Kanuka Digital, and Chris from Clevo. So we're just gonna wait 3 minutes just to make sure everybody is connected, and then we're gonna start with Nick. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask your question in the question section, because at the end of the webinar, we're gonna have a Q&A part. So Sandra is typing. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Sandra. Very nice to meet you. Yes, don't hesitate to introduce yourself in the chat, and if you have any questions, we will be very happy to answer them. Next to the chat section, you can see question. This way, we're going to be able to gather all the questions at the end of the presentation. Hi, Sabrina. In the Netherlands. Okay, nice. Like a few months ago, I went to the Netherlands. I think it was the last time I left France. So hopefully I'm going to be able to come back soon. So very nice to meet you, Sabrina. Hi, Chris. So nice. We have people in the Netherlands, in Switzerland. And yes, the session will be recorded. Like in a few days, I will upload the webinar in YouTube. So don't hesitate to ping me if you want to have the recording. So yes, you have to leave, unfortunately. So so hi and goodbye. But yes, I will send you the recording, please. Hi, Ronya. I'm not sure my pronunciation is good, but very nice to have you today. So yes, so maybe we're going to start with Nick. So I'm going to switch off my camera. And yes, as again, if you have any questions, please ask your question in the question section, and we will have a Q&A part at the end of the webinar. Speak soon.
Thanks, Louis. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining. My name is Nick Pinson. I am the Managing Director of iWeb. We are a UK-based Magento Adobe Gold partner and also an Akeneo Gold partner. I'm going to talk to you this morning about the importance of project discovery and scoping. So a thorough project discovery is the key to delivering any successful project, whether it's for a new build, a replatform, or scoping out a piece of new functionality. So the first thing you need to consider is building your team. So it's really important to involve all of the key stakeholders in your business in the discovery phase. You're typically going to involve your chosen agency or your systems integrator you're working with, and then members of your own business. So that's going to include your e-commerce manager, your marketing manager, members of the sales team, and people from warehousing, distribution, fulfillment, etc. Not involving the key stakeholders in the discovery phase could mean that you miss the opportunity to integrate vital pieces of your business into your new e-com site. And you could also end up delivering something that misses key business processes. Also, use the discovery as an opportunity. In the case of a rebuild or a replatform, you need to try and build the site that you want, not the site that you currently have. As an existing merchant, you're going to have lots of data that you can use to inform this from Google Analytics, from business intelligence, customer reviews and customer feedback, etc. Work towards a minimum viable product for your launch. So you need to discuss all of your requirements up front with your agency, your systems integrator, and rationalize which features you need for launch. You might be constrained by time or budget, and creating an MVP will help you work towards this. And also anything that sits outside the minimum viable product, that's going to be your roadmap for future development. Also, break the discovery down into a number of sessions. Discovery sessions can be quite taxing, so we typically break them down over a number of days, depending on the size of the project. If you make the sessions too long, you would often miss vital information and miss key things that you need. Key phases that we cover in a discovery. So initially, we're going to talk about the design, branding, the user interface and the user experience. We're then going to look at the native functionality. So we work with the Magento platform, so we're going to look at what we can leverage from the Magento platform out of the box. If we can't fulfill that with native functionality, we're then looking at trusted plugin providers to provide some of that functionality as well that you require. Then we've got the opportunity to, as an agency, to introduce you to third-party services and platforms and recommend features that can be best provided by, like my colleagues that are on the webinar today. So you could consider Klaviyo Search or look at Gorgias for your customer service, or chat, ShipStation to fulfill your shipping requirements. So use the discovery again to get your agency to set up demonstrations with these platforms and make some decisions as to what would work for you. You need to consider custom functionality. So if you can't achieve your requirements with what I've just discussed, so native functionality, plugins, and third-party services, then you're going to need your agency to write features from scratch. Good tip here is to ask your agency what experience they've had of writing custom functionality previously, just to test their competency. You need to think about back office integration. So here we're talking about integrating with your ERP platform, your warehouse management system, and also maybe you're integrating with sales channels as well. Here we're typically talking to your IT department or third-party IT services, ERP providers you might work with. Really important to carry out an SEO audit as well as part of this. So your chosen agency might have SEO skills in-house, or you might need to bring in your external SEO agency into the discovery phase. It's such a vital stage because you need to understand what work has already been done on your site that needs to be carried over to the new site in order to make a smooth transition when you launch the new site. One of the key things you need to be aware of, particularly at the moment, is what's called Google Core Web Vitals, which starts in May this year. So with that, I'm actually going to hand you over to my colleague, Joe Turner, who's our digital marketing manager at our sister agency, Kanuka. Joe's going to tell you more about this.
Thank you, Nick. Nice introduction. Good morning, all. Thanks for tuning in. As Nick said, my name's Joe, and I'm the digital marketing manager at Kanuka Digital. So, yeah, we're the sister agency to iWeb, and grew out of iWeb as an internal digital marketing department. So, we offer SEO, paid, email marketing services, specifically for e-commerce businesses. So, e-commerce is our bread and butter, if you like. And yeah, today I'd like to focus specifically on site speed and SEO, which are clearly two of the most fundamental elements of success for any e-commerce site, both in terms of how customers find you through organic search, and then also the experience they have when they land on your site. So just bear with me 2 seconds. I'm going to share my screen. So hopefully everyone can see that now. So yeah, site speed, SEO, and e-commerce, and why it matters. So the trend for the last 5 years really has been Google on a quest to put more and more emphasis on the importance of faster websites and mobile experience. So, starting with the mobile first indexing way back in 2016 through to the site speed update or the speed update of a few years ago. And now, as Nick touched upon, we've got the page experience, or you might, most people might more commonly know it as the Core Web Vitals update, set to roll out in May 2021 this year. So, Google gave us a warning about this some time ago last year, so people have had time to prepare. But generally, it's been regarded as the most aggressive step from Google yet towards prioritizing speed. So, if nothing else for e-commerce website owners, it's a nice timely reminder that speed should be high on the priority list. So, generally speaking, we all know that faster websites equal increased organic visibility, customers that stay longer, and ultimately purchase more. I think with Google study in 2020 showed that just a 0.1 second improvement of mobile site speed would increase conversion rates of around 8.4% just for retail sites alone. And I'm sure you can probably all find other stats out there that kind of back that up and say the same thing. We know that speed is good. So how does that lead into e-commerce, and how ready is e-commerce and website owners for this? Well, 87% of e-commerce websites fail Google's Core Web Vitals. It's a bit of a sensationalist stat, and it's actually US based, but let's not get too bogged down in the details. The sentiment remains the same and is largely applicable to UK e-commerce stores as well. So it just goes to show that it's a fairly level playing field at the minute in terms of many websites out there aren't going to pass the Core Web Vitals update. But before we all start panicking, let's understand a bit more about what Core Web Vitals is and what you can do and how worried should you actually be. So if we look at the three main factors of what's going to form the Google's page experience scores, you've got three things. You've got LCP, which is your largest contentful paint, which is essentially how long it takes for a page to load from the point of view of a user. You've got FID, which is the first input delay, so the time it takes for a user to actually click on a link in your navigation, for example, and then CLS, which is the cumulative layout shift. So basically means how much the page layout shifts around during that initial loading phase. And generally speaking, too much movement equals a bad thing. So you can see here the score for one of the UK e-commerce major players, Made.com. So I ran that through Google's page speed insights tool, and despite what you might think is on the face of it a relatively low page speed score of 32 on mobile, they actually passed the Core Web Vitals assessment. So they've clearly been doing some work towards getting this to pass. I took this snapshot yesterday. Amazon passes now too, but when I did the checks a few weeks, maybe a month ago, they didn't actually pass. So it can change as well. So you run a site through Page Speed Insights, you will find different scores from day to day because of how they measure the metrics. But I think also it just raises another valid point here as well, that like I said there, 32 might not seem that high, but I think there's a danger that people can get too hung up on the mobile speed score. And actually what's really useful is to look at it in terms of your competitors and do some benchmarking there as well. So as we've already seen, actually a lot of e-commerce sites aren't passing the Core Web Vitals update. So why is that, and what is the particular challenge facing e-commerce? Well, typically speaking, it's harder for e-commerce sites to pass Core Web Vitals and to achieve really good page speed scores in comparison to, say, a simple brochure website using something like WordPress or a blog or that type of thing. Just because e-commerce tends to come loaded with, and every platform's different. Nick's mentioned there, obviously we specialise in Magento, but Magento comes with its own things that slow things down. Equally, so does Shopify or BigCommerce. So e-commerce, if you think about it, typically we're talking about large product catalogs, dynamic pricing, third-party plugins, personalization tools, lots of third-party scripts. If you've used an off-the-shelf theme, I think there was a recent study that showed it was in the first. I think the third-party script slowed down a page by 34 milliseconds, which might not sound a lot, but in this respect, every little counts. So all in all, can typically equate to a slower page experience score, which is then really at odds with the increasingly high expectations that we know online shoppers have, whether that's B2B or B2C. People expect a site to load in 4 to 5 seconds, and they won't wait around much longer than that. But really, we always say that we should be aiming to get the site to load in the first 2 to 3 seconds. Just some of the stats there to back it up, but those expectations are only ever really increasing, particularly as kind of the prominence of mobile becomes more and more. So the good news is, though, it might sound like doom and gloom. The good news is that there's plenty that you can do to take action. So not all of these are going to be applicable to every site, but there are usually some key areas where you can make the biggest time savings. And I guess it's important to note here that we have to take this on a case-by-case basis. So it's a process we're going through with our clients at the minute and doing an audit of each site, and every site will find different, obviously we'll find different scores, but we'll find different things that are hindering the page speed. So one of the first things to do is use Google's tools. They're free. Use Page Speed Insights, which is great, and will give you that initial sort of snapshot, but then make sure that you've got your site set up in Google Search Console as well, because there's a whole section in Search Console now dedicated to this, and it will give you those more in-depth metrics as to where some of the issues might be coming from, and which particular pages might be slowing the site down. So urge anyone to do that if you're not already doing so. Just in terms of some other things that you can do, run a sort of a third-party extensions audit if you like. So turn every module on and off, clear your caches, test the speed. If it's faster, you found some potentially offensive plugins that are slowing the site down. Upgrade your hosting. You can have the sort of the most lean e-commerce website out there, and free of slow plugins and all that stuff. But if your hosting isn't up to spec, that's going to slow things down, and ultimately better hosting equals faster load times overall. Run proper image compression. Image is usually one of the main offenders that we find with page speed scores. Look at, for a start, do the audit and see if you've got some massive images on there. We've seen it typically on blogs, for example, where content editors haven't compressed images. You've done all this work to get the site up to spec, and then within a few months, great, you've got this really sort of good content strategy in place, and you're publishing content every week. But if those images aren't being compressed, that's going to quite quickly contribute to slowing the site down. Things like lazy loading, minifying your CSS, bulky CSS can significantly delay those largest contentful paint scores that we talked about. And really, as I said, case by case. So look at what settings are available in your e-commerce platform. Magento, comes loaded with settings, for example, around caching and minifying your CSS that you can take advantage of. So every e-commerce platform's got its own sort of nuances, but start with an audit and run it through those Google tools is the best course of action to start with. And then finally for me, really, it's just in terms of rounding up some of the real lessons here. It's a bit of a whistle-stop tour of Core Web Vitals, but one of the questions we keep getting asked is, what's the how worried should we be, or what's the impact of this going to be? Well, the truthful answer is no one really knows. Google roll out these big updates every few years, and some sites might see a big difference, others might not see anything at all. But I think the underlying lesson here is that Google is taking website speed increasingly seriously, and so should you. I think failure to take action now's the time to start acting, but failure to take action in the long term will see you lose ground to your competitors. We know what impact speed has, whether it's you passing the Core Web Vitals assessment or not, we know that the speed can have a serious impact on your SEO, on your user experience, the conversions, and the bottom line, the revenue, and then really finally banging the drum as an SEO agency. Just SEO never stops, and SEO budgets should really include. Well, there should be a budget in there for ongoing SEO, but also you should make sure there's contingency in there for some experimentation, and the fact that Google's not averse to throwing curveballs at us from time to time that we need to react to. So hopefully that was a fairly useful whistle-stop tour. Happy to answer any questions at the end, and thank you for listening. And I think with that, I will hand back to, is it over to you now, Chris, I think?
I believe it is.
Okay, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. Okay, hopefully you should be able to see my screen. I will assume I've gone into presenter mode, so I can't see anybody else, but I will presume, unless somebody shouts out, that everything is going okay. Good morning, everybody. My name's Chris Edge. I head up the Global Customer Success team at Clevo. We are a Finnish company traditionally, but we have a global reach. We have offices in the UK, in the States, Australia, Finland, and Sweden. And we are traditionally known as a non-search search provider, but we now have a suite of products, all utilizing artificial intelligence, personalization. So as well as on-site search, we have category merchandising, we have product recommendations, we have personalization where we can change the order of the results in real time, depending on what is you're looking for and kind of past activity within the sites. We power over 1,200 websites globally. We have kind of 5 billion interactions a month. Lots of different verticals. There's a large selection here. We have we're predominantly have plugins on kind of all of the major e-commerce platforms, so Magento, Shopify, BigCommerce, for example, but we also have APIs and that type of thing. So regardless of the platform that you are on, you can kind of utilize our technology to help you, kind of your clients find the product that they're looking for in a timely fashion, increase conversion, and check out. So I am going to be talking mainly today about on-site search. And I'm going to start off with a very bold statement in that people who search on your site are your most valuable customers. Now, you would obviously say, yeah, of course, a guy who works for a company that sell on-site search solutions would definitely say that. But what I can do is kind of back that up by telling you, if you haven't already, go to Google Analytics, go down the left-hand side, there's behavior, there's site search, and Google will actually segment visits from people who search on your site against visits of people that don't. And without doing any optimization to your site search, you should be seeing figures like this. So people that search on your site have a higher average order value. They have a much higher increase in e-commerce conversion rate. They'll have a much higher per session value. So every time somebody comes to your site, what value do they bring to your site? You should be seeing all of this without kind of any optimizations, anything being done to your site. And there's a number of reasons around this, and kind of a couple of things to point out. If you think of a normal retail store, if somebody's just coming around, browsing around the site, looking at racks of clothes, that type of thing, and then leaves, they're your typical browsers. They're people that kind of just looking at the site, not seeing what's out there. If somebody comes up to the front desk, asks a question, intimates that they're looking for a particular product. If you've got that product in stock, if you can give them what they're looking for, they're much more likely to buy. So think of your search box as the best way that users can give you intent on what they want to buy. They're kind of already in the kind of the buying mode. So if you can present what they're looking for right when they're looking for it, right as they're in the mood to buy, you've got a much higher chance of converting those users. So definitely go ahead and look at that. You should be seeing these figures within Google Analytics. Now, a lot of times we kind of talk to customers, and we very often hear this statement: there's nothing wrong with my site search. I type a product name and I find it. Now, very often as merchandisers, users of your own site, you're very familiar with your products. You're very familiar with core products. You may be looking at site search statistics. You may be getting your top 50 searches. You're looking at this. You're saying, yeah, I type dress. I see dresses. I'm okay. I don't need kind of any advanced search in here. I don't need to do anything here. But what happens when somebody moves away from that very familiar, that very traditional search that you're used to? So yeah, you could bring back dresses, but when people are looking for something very specific, so for example, a strapless dress, a one-shoulder dress, a long evening dress, how does your site search handle those very specific terms, the very specific, somebody has come to my site, they're coming to the to the cashier, they're saying, I'm looking for a long evening dress. If you just show them your everyday dresses, they're much more likely to fall out of the store. In the real world example, they're much more likely to bounce off your site. They're onto Google, they're onto your competitors. So it's understanding the long tail keywords. And eConsultancy did a good graph on this, and it kind of shows you exactly what I'm kind of getting at. The data that you will probably be looking at the moment, somebody comes on and types shoes. You will see, if you're a shoe store, you will see lots of people searching for shoes. The vast majority of that, but the conversion rate on that is not so great. You get to 2 or 3 word phrases, so men's shoes. Now we start to see the quantity of those declining, but the conversion rate increasing. You get to something much more descriptive, 4 or 5 words, red Nike men's running shoes. You know that this customer is definitely looking for a specific color, a specific brand, a specific gender, a specific activity. If you have those products, it's really important that your search is able to understand all of these terms and to show them at the right time to the customer. So what I'm going to talk about, so how can you optimize? What 5 things can you do today to improve your site search? So this is what I'm going to kind of concentrate on looking at. So the first thing is type ahead and autocompletes. So the moment that somebody interacts with your search bar, this is the time where you can start to get potentially personal with them. So we have a client here, Mole Valley Farmers. As soon as I activate the search bar, I haven't shown any intent yet. I haven't done anything here, but I can start to drive people towards product discovery. I can start to show them trending products. So, kind of what's hot at the moment, what's doing well. I can show them popular suggestions. So, what are the majority of people looking for? I can start to guide them around that section. If they've been on the site before, I can show them recent searches. So if I've been looking for Wellington boots, for example, I may have gone in and done a search previously. I may be returning to come and buy that product again. Well, here's a recent search. Yep, that was exactly what I was looking for, and go ahead and click that. So again, straight away, you can bring kind of a global personalization or be very personable to the actual individual. If you know that they've been on the site before, they've clicked on products, you can start to put that in here. So really valuable piece of engaging the user straight away as soon as they type the search bar. So what happens when they kind of go on and start something? So perhaps I'm looking for a planter. So at every keystroke here, we should be looking at that journey and start suggesting things as we go along. So is it an unassembled planter set? Is it just ordinary planters? Are you looking for a set, that type of thing? But we're also, at the same time as we're bringing suggestions to the client, we're bringing products back to the client. The idea here is we're matching the keywords, the products in people's in your inventory. We're putting it visibly to them. Actually, yeah, straight away, I like the look of that product. I'm kind of avoiding a search page altogether, and I'm driving them straight to the product. I found what I'm looking for in just a few keystrokes, and I'm away, and I'm kind of adding to basket. So really important. We know from kind of the stats that we generate, people that look at the search suggestions here, they click on those, they typically 2 to 3 times higher conversion rate. People that click on the actual images, 5 to 6 to 7 times the conversion rate. So again, we've already know that people are showing intent. Get them to the products as fast as they can, but also understand what it is that they're looking for. So that's the first one, the type heads and the auto completes. The second one is synonyms. Now, you may have users to your website from lots of different locations, even regional variations within the UK. And the way that you attribute your data, so the way that your data indexes, your search data indexes this and brings things back, can actually have a quite different effect to how your users actually search. So we have a jewelry client here. They describe everything as, if you can buy a necklace with your initial on it, but what if people come in and search for alphabet? It's a similar type of thing, but the way that they attribute that, they will potentially get a 0 results here. Same for birthstone and constellation, letters and initials, choker and short necklace. It's all about understanding your search data, examining where people are having a good experience, where they're getting a 0 results. Trainers, sneakers, that type of thing. Very common words that if you don't introduce synonyms into your search results, the vast majority will have they'll search for it how they believe they should be looking for it, but not how you attribute it. If you don't, if you can't enrich the search with synonyms, they're likely to get a 0 results page. They're likely to be back to Google and off to a competitor. The third section, understand the value of your keyword terms. Look at how people are searching on your site and look at the value. How does that lead through to actually revenue? So there's a couple of things to look at this here. One, from a PPC point of view. So this client here, they're spending lots and lots of money competing with lots and lots of other people on brand terms, on Google Acer, Lenovo, everything else like that. Very expensive brand terms, very low converting. But when they looked at this, they saw that people were searching for silver laptops, pink netbooks, quad-core laptops. They were able to divert the spend on that PPC, on those very expensive headline terms, and move away to put it to a more conversational piece. Now, the words that people use on your search is very often the same types of words that they'll use on Google. So if you know that these users are kind of converting very well, you can divert that headline spend into the more conversational keyword terms. You know that once you get them to your site that they convert. SEO is another thing to think about here. If maybe you don't have a silver laptop or a pink netbook collection, maybe well worth building some SEO around that, promoting, getting it into your site because again, these are words that people are searching for on your website. They're more than likely to be searching for it from Google. So utilize these keyword terms, utilize the value of them for your own SEO and PPC benefit. Avoid a 0 results. Again, we kind of touched on this. Wherever we can, try and avoid that. So I've got an example here from Missy Empire. Again, you can be quite personal about this. They know their audience, they know their younger girls, they know the kind of the language that they would use. So I've searched for a shrug. A shrug can also be known as a bolero. It can be known as a short cardigan. So potentially here, if they stock something like that, we should be putting a synonym in here. At the moment, this would lead to a 0 results. So they've now been able to personalize this a little bit more. So sorry, babe, we weren't able to find some shrugs right now. But rather than say, yeah, here's a 0 results, here's some stuff you will love, here's our most popular products, here are our most popular searches. So rather than avoid getting them to a 0 results page where they're much more likely to bounce and be away, we're able to re-merchandise them. We've got popular products, we've got popular searches. We're trying to re-engage them to direct them to products that they may like. And then finally, the fifth thing to look at as how your search is working is leveraging natural language processing. So at Clevo, we just released a report, a kind of e-commerce report, where we look at how kind of the top 100 sites in the UK are performing search-wise, kind of looking at lots of things like, the placement, the relevance of the results, but how do clients use natural language search? So what we mean by kind of natural language processing, that kind of men's vans under £50, we're looking at very specific options here of regards to, a gender, a brand, a price range, etc. And when we looked at all this, there was only 20% of internal search engines could actually find an exact match here. 30% was 0 results, 24% with irrelevant results, and 26%, yeah, a broad match, not too bad. But there's a huge market in this. We know that, Alexas and things like that, Siri's, voice search is becoming much more prominent. You can't move on any Google page without seeing the microphone. So one of the things that we have developed in at Clevo is utilizing that Google voice search. So I'm going to actually, against all logic, do a kind of a live demonstration here. So we'll kind of see how we get on. We have the the microphone in the search bar of Cox & Cox. So what will happen, I'll go in here and I will give it a click. Outdoor lights under £40. So straight away, kind of a couple of things have happened here. We've detected we're using Google search to capture the voice recognition, but we're then utilizing natural language processing to make sure we understand that it's lights that we're looking for, it's outdoor lights that we're looking for, and most importantly, probably, it's outdoor lights under £40. So straight away, we've taken lots of different aspects here. We've used natural language processing. We've got the products we want. We can go again. We can say outdoor lights over £100. And again, we've detected it's outdoor lights. We've detected it's £100 rather than £100 in weight, and we're bringing products back. We can then say things like table lamps in brass. And again, a much more difficult term here. So we've got a few options here. We've got table. So do we mean tables? We've got lamps. So do we just mean lamps, or we could mean floor lamps or anything? We've then got an attribute such as brass. So it has to, normal search engines without this advanced natural language processing could be bringing tables back, could be bringing the wrong type of lamps, could be not including the material, could be brass fixtures and fittings. But by understanding the keyword term, understanding natural language processing, I've directly got through a number of different aspects of the keyword the correct products that I want, and I'm instantly driving clients to the product. So I hope you found that useful. That's kind of 5 things to think about with regards to on-site search and optimization.
Thank you so much, Chris. So my turn. I'm just going to share my screen. Share screen now. Poof, share. No, not that. Okay, can you see my screen? Okay, perfect. So yes, so I'm very excited to speak for the Gorgias team today. So my name is Louis. I started at Gorgias 1 year ago. It's my 1-year birthday at Gorgias, so happy birthday to me. So yes, so before Gorgias, I used to work at Nosto, a personalization and recommendation solution. So I've been working at Gorgias for 1 year. And yes, Gorgias, we are a help desk and live chat solution for e-commerce. So we're going to gather all your communication channel in one single platform: email, chat, Facebook, Messenger, Instagram, etc. And 2020 was a very big year at Gorgias, because when I started 1 year ago, we were 25 people and maybe 4 people in Paris. And now we had 1,500 clients. And now today we are 140 people worldwide with almost 6,000 clients. So yes, to start, so today we're going to talk about customer service. And as you might know it, when we talk about customer service, a lot of people are like, okay, it's not a very sexy topic. But in reality, it's a very sexy topic, because it's how you're going to interact with your clients and prospect on the different communication channel. As you might know it, today, a lot of people are just locked in their places. So what is important is to create a relationship with your audience. And a very big point to reach this target is to find the good balance between automation and personalization. Because yes, just a few KPIs I wanted to share. So yes, today 80% of shoppers want to have a personalized experience on your website, but in the meantime, 90% of customers want an immediate response. Because let's imagine in 1 week it's Christmas. I order something on your website a few days ago. I don't have any update. I want an answer right now. But in addition to that, so I paid 200 euros on your website for something. So it's very important for me to know that you know me, you know who I am. So yes, so how does Gorgias help merchants with shipping, fulfillment, and customer journey? So yes, so first, last year, we conducted a big survey and we analyzed 10,000 tickets. And 1/3 of these tickets are about shipping status. And so today, what is very important is to make the difference between pre-purchase question and post-purchase questions. Because for all the post-purchase questions, such as shipping status, cancellation, and refund, you can find a way to automate all these questions. And for all the pre-sales questions, so basically someone who's going to have a question about your product, delivery time, it's very important to be reactive and proactive, because it's an opportunity for you to drive sales. So the most important thing to know about Gorgias is that we are a help desk with deep integration with Shopify, Magento 2, and eCommerce. And it's very important, because today, if you are working in a customer success team and you need to do back and forth between Magento 2 and Gorgias, every time you need to have access to a piece of information, first, it's going to be a waste of time for you, and maybe for your clients, it's going to be a bad experience. So what is very important is to have everything gathered in one single platform. Also, when we talk about customer service and automation, the first step is to talk about segmentation. So segmentation by topics, communication channel, language, etc. And at Gorgias, that's why we developed a machine learning, and this machine learning allows tickets to be analyzed. This way, we're going to automate your tagging of your messages. If a message is about shipping status, about cancellation, about refund, we're going to add a tag to this customer request, and this way, you're going to be able to decrease resolution time. Because when you are a big company with maybe 3, 4, 5 Shopify stores, one for France, one for the UK, etc., it's very, very, very important to segment all your customer requests. This way, as again, you can be much more reactive. And yes, and now let's talk about, as you might know it today, automation is a very hot topic for everybody. But as again, when we talk about automation, the first step is to talk about segmentation. If you don't know how to segment your customer request, it's going to be complicated to implement some automation. And at Gorgias, we can help our merchant to automate up to 40% of customer requests. This way, you can spend much more time on product-related questions. Because today, when we talk about help desk, customer service, most of the time, it's going to be considered as a cost center. And for sure, if you spend your life answering to questions such as shipping status, cancellation, and refund, it's going to be a cost center. But if you find a way to automate all these questions, you're going to be able to drive much more sales thanks to your customer service team. And as an example, I wanted to show you another feature we launched like a few weeks ago, the chatbot self-server. This way, so every time you're going to have a question such as, where is my order? You don't need to send a customer request. You just need to go to the website. You're going to have like a section like track an order. I'm going to ask you for your email address, your tracking number, and this way I will have access to everything I need to know about my orders. And what you have in front of you is the first version. Soon, you're going to be able to start a return and a cancellation directly from the chatbot self-server. And yes, so when we talk about customer service, when we talk about help desk solution, what is very important is to be everywhere. Email, chat, Facebook, Messenger, Instagram. Today, you need to be everywhere. Because basically, let's imagine I ordered something on your website a few days ago. I have a question. I'm going to contact your customer service team. You didn't have time to get back to me, so I'm going to send you a chat and maybe like a bad comment on Facebook a few minutes after. If you have one person by communication channel, first, it's going to be a waste of time for you. And for me, it's going to be a bad experience if I have 3 different answers. And yes, at Gorgias, we have plug-and-play integrations with most of the communication channel and e-commerce platform. So you can be up and running in a few hours. And to finish with, so your customer service team is a very good way to know what is working and what is not working for your business. Because let's imagine last month you have an increase of customer requests about delivery time. Maybe you have a problem with your shipment strategy, and or maybe yes, maybe you have a problem with your shipment strategy. So yes, today at Gorgias, we do provide KPIs on your customer service team, such as resolution time, tickets created, etc. And we also have a dashboard to measure how much revenue you drove thanks to your customer service team. Because as again, today, when you have a question about the product, about delivery time, about payment, a lot of people are just locked in their places and they're going to reach out to your customer service team. And yes, so at Gorgias, so we have deep integration with Shopify, Magento, BigCommerce, but we also have integration with 60 other applications. This way you can gather everything in one single platform. Because I think we have some e-commerce manager today in the audience. And yes, if every time you receive a customer request, you need to do back and forth between Gorgias, Magento, Shopify, and your tech solutions, for you, it's going to be a waste of time. So yes, as again, to sum up everything, today, what is important is to find the good balance between automation and personalization. And for that, what's going to be important is first to work on the segmentation by topics, communication channels, and language. And then we can talk about automation. So yes, so don't hesitate. If you have any question, don't hesitate to ask your question in the question section. And now I'm going to give the micro to Max.
Thank you very much, Louis. I'll just share my screen. There we go. Cool. So yeah, thank you everyone for joining this morning. I hope you've all had your notebooks out. This has been some really great information from the session so far today. So my name is Mike Timfeld, sales manager at ShipStation UK. I'll take about 10 minutes or so of your time to just talk through the importance of a robust delivery process and what impact that can have on your customer experience. I'll just go through some of the challenges that have brought our customers to us over the last year, and then I'll give a short outline of what exactly we do. So there's obviously no hiding from the fact that the last year or so has been absolutely crazy when it comes to e-commerce. There's more people shopping online than ever before, and more retailers selling than ever before. So it's really more important now, more than ever, to stand out in the crowd. There's a lot of really cool and powerful plugins and features you can add to your site, as we've seen so far, to make the entire customer journey as seamless as possible. Adding loyalty programs, on-site personalization, making your search options a bit more intelligent, and obviously customer service tools that can add a lot of value to the front end of the website. Well, I think a really important learning to take from the last year is how crucial it is to have your delivery setup as secure and solid as possible. It's imperative to make sure your information is up to date and clearly communicated across your site, because ultimately you want to show customers that your site is a safe and reliable place to shop from. It's super important to remember that the delivery experience is the last touch point a customer has with your brand when they get the product. It's more than likely that they've made the purchasing decision by the time they get to a checkout. So you've got them as a customer. All that work that you've put into marketing, site performance, and the costs associated with acquiring them have paid off. But now's the time and the opportunity to keep them and give them an experience to remember. We did a survey last year that found that 83% of consumers are less likely to repurchase from a retailer after a bad delivery experience. Remembering that consumers often don't separate the carrier from the retailer, there's certain elements of the delivery process that you can't control. So it's even more important to ensure that that what you can control is as well prepared and proactively managed as possible. How you react to adverse situations and delivery issues can really make or break a customer's experience. So it obviously goes without saying that a smooth transaction is crucial to a good experience. Over the last year, obviously the in-store experience has been removed, and people have had more time and incentive to shop around online. So once they've made that decision to purchase from you, the last thing they want are any reasons to not purchase once they've got to the checkout. So removing any friction points is really, really important. The more you make people do, the more likely you are to lose them. Any distractions on the checkout could be a deciding factor. So ensuring that stored addresses and card details can make this process much more straightforward. Offering payment options that are easy on a one-page checkout, usually Apple Pay and PayPal are kind of the go-to options there. And then finally, A/B testing is absolutely crucial. We obviously touched on this already, but making sure that what you are showing on your checkout is what the customer actually needs to see on the checkout. Just actually lost my notes there. As a rule, you should only be collecting the absolute essential on the information at this point. Anything else can usually be done elsewhere, ideally after they've paid you. So really try and slim this down as much as possible. It's important also to remember that giving customers too much to do also impacts the delivery options. The general rule we see is to offer free shipping at a threshold, a flat rate shipping option, and a paid for express option. In terms of setting prices for these, this is really something that you need to analyze individually. It depends on the rates you have and the impact that any shipping cost will have on your margin. You may want to build the cost of free shipping into the item cost if you're offering it universally, but you really need to have a think about how to offer a range of options at a cost that works for you, and just to ensure to communicate this clearly. I'd probably avoid having complicated rate tables for international shipping and accept that some countries you will lose money on the shipping side, but it'll be made up for with the majority of your orders. So think carefully about that pricing. The same with kind of any part of the website. Put yourself in the customer's shoes and make it as easy as possible. Timescales always should be communicated clearly. At the moment, consumers are expecting things to take longer, expecting delays to happen as a result of COVID. But as long as you communicate that, it's really easy to get around it. And then there's the part around trust. So as more and more people are trying new brands, people are getting more comfortable shopping online. In the UK, 74% of respondents from our survey across all age groups now feel comfortable buying products online, thanks to the COVID pandemic. This is a huge opportunity for any brand to get new customers and to keep them. If you're spending money on social media and SEO, it really needs to pay off. So your delivery setup is the perfect opportunity to gain trust. I don't think there's an easy way to gain a customer's trust and to deliver what they've paid for when you say it's going to be delivered. Throughout the customer journey, there's obviously ways to build trust with security certificates, reviews, and loyalty programs, but ultimately, a customer wants to feel comfortable that they'll get their order when they're told they'll get it. And then there's the equipment and workflow. So over the last year, demand may have increased massively for your orders, which may have highlighted internal inefficiencies that you weren't aware of, or you may have seen a huge slowdown, depending obviously on what you're selling. Either way, it's important to ensure that you've got processes in place that will make your order processing as streamlined as possible, so you're prepared for the peaks in the future, as they will happen again. Look at your processes and find out if there are any manual areas that you can cut out to make your processing more efficient. The actual processing of the order is the most time-consuming part of the delivery. So, are there any areas that you can improve efficiency? And this is obviously definitely something that needs to be looked at introspectively to find ways to cope with demand. The more efficient you are internally, the better the results are going to be for your customers. So I'll just go over some of the challenges that have prompted our customers to look at ShipStation. Last year has obviously been a really good example of how increased pressure and demand can force us to look at our businesses and find better ways of working. It's certainly been an eye-opening year. At the start of the pandemic, shopping was forced online, which saw an unprecedented growth in online retail. I've definitely been shopping more online than I ever have, and I've even got my parents shopping online. It's also influenced the birth of numerous new online businesses. As I said, we've got more e-commerce retailers than we've ever had. We essentially saw a peak season 9 months ahead of when it was meant to happen. And even though it seems like years ago now, March, April, and May last year were huge in terms of the shift to online. This did highlight a lot of inefficiencies in a lot of existing businesses and forced a lot of people to move their business online, whether they wanted to or not. For us, that meant two ends of the spectrum when it came to people looking for a shipping software. For the existing businesses, it really highlighted the problems that a spike in demand could cause. Manual data transfer, manual address writing, long order processing workflows, and numerous other areas they were losing time and money were really highlighted as they got thousands, tens of thousands of orders in a few days. So they came to us for help streamlining their existing workflows and generally make their whole process more efficient than they realized it needed to be. The other end of the spectrum were new businesses set up by people looking for another stream of income or purely out of necessity to keep their business going. These businesses essentially needed help setting up a delivery process. As any retailer knows, it's a massively daunting part of running a business, and it certainly isn't the sexiest part, but it's absolutely imperative to get it right. For these new businesses, there were numerous challenges, from not knowing what carrier to use, not being big enough to get a direct carrier account, or simply not knowing how to get a product from the website to a customer. The other challenge that's really been highlighted recently is international shipping. Brexit has posed many challenges that hopefully we'll soon be able to call teething problems, from new documentation, tariff codes, tax identifiers, and the seemingly ever-changing requirements that different carriers are setting. It's definitely made it a very confusing time for businesses looking to ship internationally. We've essentially been handling international shipments way before Brexit, so a lot of retailers have come to us for help with just that. It's definitely not the finished article in terms of the features we have added due to the constant changes we're seeing, but we've definitely been able to help a lot of retailers who have struggled with these changes. For all of these businesses, they needed help overcoming their own unique challenges, finding efficiencies or generally getting an idea of where they can improve their way of working. So shipping software seemed to be an answer for a lot of those businesses. So in terms of what ShipStation actually does, so our motto is wherever you sell, however you deliver, exceptionally efficient. Just to break that down, we want you to be able to consolidate everything that you're selling, regardless of the channel, into one easy-to-use dashboard. However you're fulfilling those orders, we want you to be able to manage that process from one place, whether you're shipping from your shed or if you have a fulfillment center managing that process. They should be able to link into ShipStation without having to integrate with all of your selling channels. Whichever carriers you're using, as long as we have an integration, we want you to be able to handle the label printing process through ShipStation without dividing your time between various dashboards. We essentially provide you a way to manage your orders and shipments from one place and handle most of the manual processes that take time out of your day. A lot of the communication back to selling channels and to customers can be handled by ShipStation, so pulling tracking information, sending order status updates back to your selling channels is all handled from one place. So all of this does vary carrier by carrier, and you'll all have your own unique setups, but ultimately we want to give you a place to manage your orders with little to no requirement to go into any other dashboard. As we said, happy to take any questions if you just pop them into the question box. Thank you for your time and look forward to speaking to you all.
So hi everybody, it's me again. So yes, so we have a few minutes together again. So we still have a few minutes together. So yes, do you have some questions for Nick, Max, Chris, Joe, or I? We'll be very happy to answer. Also, yes, if you have any questions, so I'm going to share my email in the chat. Nick, Max, Chris, and Joe, you can do the same. So yes, so we're just going to wait to see if we have some questions. If not, I have some.
I think Janet put one in the chat about
yes.
voice search, which I'm also interested in for Chris.
So what's the question? Sorry.
Yeah, Chris, hey Chris, do you have any figures for Europe on voice for search?
I don't have any to hand. They seem to be going up exponentially every time you read a different report. Google is very heavily pushing voice search on all of its apps, that type of thing. I can potentially find some out. I think the last one I looked at, around 20% of searches on the Google app was done by voice. So that gives you an idea, the size of, Google and its app, how many people are doing that. For specifically Europe, I don't, unfortunately, at the moment, although I can look for that.
And yes, Janet has another question for you. For in-store, is it the same?
So voice search in store or also on store?
Yeah.
It's still early days. We've started to roll voice search out. It was really to try and get more people engaged in mobile. I think what you'll find is most people, the lowest converting section of clients are users on mobile who don't do a voice search. So we're currently looking at this, and we're trying it with Cox and Cox, for example, and a few others. We're looking at this. We're running the data, but it does seem to be engaging users a lot more. We're getting mobile use, obviously, on a mobile device. Going around the categories and that type of thing can be quite cumbersome. So it's early days, but kind of encouraging signs from the people that are using it.
Chris, I think we have another question for you in the chat.
Voice use for accessibility. So yeah, we looked at a number of our clients who are using voice search. The way that we do this is we utilize Google's use of capturing the actual search term, but then we lay a natural language processing on top of that. So as long as Google can capture the voice, we then simply take over with our intelligence to say, yes, I did mean a table lamp in brass rather than a brass table, a brass lamp, that type of thing. I'm not sure if that answered your question, Jesse. If it's with regards to accessibility, it's really the web standard that Google sets. We don't. It's not our own proprietary voice technology, but it is our intelligence on top of the keyword.
Perfect. Thanks, Jesse, for your question. Yes, so do you have other questions? Or otherwise, I'm going to ask one question to each speaker. So okay, so we can start with iWeb and Kanuka. So yes, Nick and Joe, I have a question about site speed. So is Google going to look at all pages or just some pages?
Yeah, good question. So essentially what it does is it aggregates the data. So it'll look at a group of pages, analyze them, and then sort of use that data to basically calculate your overall score of the site. So yeah, if you use like Search Console that I mentioned, it will give you the breakdown of the particular pages where you are falling down. But yeah, ultimately Google's going to look at all the key pages on your site. And just a little footnote to that as well. Just interestingly, they've also said that they will look at even pages that you set to no index. So even if it's not been indexed, Google is suggesting that they're taking those pages into account. So make of that what you will. It might not have a big impact, but just worth bearing in mind as well.
Okay, nice. I didn't know that, so nice. Thanks, Joe.
Okay.
And I think we have a question from Anna. So hi, Anna. So Max, it's a question for you.
Cool. Yeah, when would I, as a retailer, need to start using ShipStation? When would I be too big to use it? So we essentially see people start getting value from ShipStation when they have any sort of complexity in their process. So if you're selling on one selling channel and using one carrier, then most carriers will have integrations directly with a selling channel. So there's not really much complexity there. But if you're planning to grow, add more carriers, add more selling channels, and there's complexity in the future, that's when you'll see the value in ShipStation and kind of saving time in any address transfer or kind of manual notifications that you're sending. In terms of when you're too big to use it, it's when I mean, we're growing internationally, but if you've got multiple warehouses across different continents or different, or if you work with a warehouse management system, then that's when you're probably going to be getting too big to use a plug and play solution like ShipStation, and you'll need your own dedicated kind of software built to manage that process.
Thanks, Max, and thanks, Anna, for your question. So yes, I know it's 1 p.m. 8. So yes, so basically we're gonna conclude the webinar. So first, do you have a last question for the speaker and the audience, or because yes, if you have any question, don't hesitate to send us an email. We'll be very happy to get back to you. And yes, guys, it was a pleasure to be with you today. It was thank you so much, Chris, Max, Nix, Joe, for today. And yes, so I wish you a bon appétit and see you soon.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Louis.
Thank you.
Thank you.